All right, welcome. I'm gonna try to speak up a little bit tonight too, whenever I talk. That should help the audio levels. So, we're doing a full painting tonight. We are going to do a landscape on this frame or stretcher that we just stretched today. So it's brand new. I had another painting on here previously that was not successful. I tried this one a couple of months ago, and it didn't quite work out. So we took it off and stapled the new one on there. So we have a nice large working surface, and we can orient it landscape or portrait. So first, we're going to look through some of these photos. So let me see if I can add this here. There we go. All right, and I'm gonna start looking through these, and we're gonna start filtering them out. It doesn't look like anybody's here yet. Took a little while to get started, but I'm going to open this. Let me turn down this music too. There we go. That should be a little bit better. All right, so I'm just going to go through all these photos, and if I like any of them, I'm going to add them to another folder, and then we'll go through that folder and decide. So if you're watching this later, I'm just going to give this. I'm going to give a little bit of an explanation where these photos come from. So these are all photos that I took in Yellowstone, and the trip was in 2017. A lot of these photos you'll see, probably like 10 or 20% of them are from the window of the car as we were driving around. So it's not like I hiked up to any special places. We did the standard route on Yellowstone around the park over the course of 2 or 3 days. So this is let me move this thing here into the middle. There we go. We'll just go through these, and if anything sticks out, I'm just going to favorite it. I also have some videos as well. We could screenshot a video. This is a cool picture. This is actually a buffalo right there. There's a buffalo swimming swimming across this river. I have a video of it as well. In fact, let me see if I can, it's going to be in the same spot. It's not. Let's see. I think it's because I cropped it, so it's moved it to the top of the folder. But I'll show the video later. But yeah, there's a bison. Yo, what's up, Mark? Yo, welcome. Yeah, so these are all, hey, what's up? Welcome, guys. Thank you for watching tonight. This is gonna be a good stream. I mentioned this before, but we have a nice big canvas to work with. I stretched this today. We get to pick a landscape photo. We had a chat vote. Let me open that real quick. Oh, I don't know where it is. Huh. I had a chat vote here. Well, there was a chat. We voted in the YouTube chat, or a few people voted. So thank you for voting if you're watching this. The clear winner was a landscape, so that's what we're doing tonight. Yeah, I'm excited. Yeah, so all these pictures that we're going to go through are from my trip to Yellowstone in 2017. It was a family reunion, and we spent a few days there, and it was a really fun trip. Nikki and I were there. We really enjoyed it. So I took a lot of photos. I've filtered out some of my favorites, or not. They're not even favorites. I've just filtered out just landscape photos in general from the trip, and so we're going through them, and we'll filter them down. If there's anything that we like, I'll add it to a different folder, and we'll kind of whittle down our options a bit. So let me make sure I'm going back here. I don't know where my mouse is. There it is. All right, let's go back. All right, so this is the first photo. That's all right. It's from a moving car, like I mentioned at the beginning of the stream. A lot of these pictures are from the passenger window of the car as my wife was driving. So that's one. This one's pretty cool. Like I was saying, there's a bison that's actually. I've said this like 3 times, but I don't know if people are coming and going. There's a bison that was swimming across the river, and I have a video of it that I'll show later on. So that one's pretty cool. Here's another angle of it. That's the bison there. This one's pretty cool as a landscape too. So we have quite a bit to go through. So I'm going to go through them pretty quick. And if there's anything that sticks out to me, I'm going to like it. If there's anything that you see, just mention it. We can go back and figure it out. And we can add it to the next one. But I'm going to filter these ones, and we'll have just a few options to pick from in a little bit. So I really like the pictures of lakes and stuff. These are not as they're fun to paint, but they're a little bit difficult to paint as well. Just because you need a lot of precision actually, and you know I can use tools like rulers and whatnot to get that really sharp center line. But I kind of want to go for something a little bit more loose tonight. Did they make it across? Yeah, the bison made it across. We'll watch the video, actually. I have a video of it climbing onto shore. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool to see. Here's a cool vertical one. So we can do vertical as well. I can rotate this canvas to go vertical. There's I don't know if it's because I cropped it, but there's another one that I took right here that was pretty cool as well. This one's nice. Okay, here's a video. That one's cool. Nothing too special though. Some really cool stuff that I might use later on. This is kind of a cool landscape. Not too many interesting features though. We have a lot of hot springs which have lots of different colors. And those will be kind of grouped together. I like this one, just the composition of the picture itself without any like cropping or moving around. I don't know. I just really like this picture. We wouldn't have to change anything. We could just transfer this to the canvas basically and just follow it exactly. We wouldn't have to change the composition at all. I think it's really interesting. I think this reflection feature down here is really cool. We have lots of depth in the grass here, some dark values in the trees. That's something I'm looking for as well. And the composition is not only the overall picture, like how it would look from far away, like that first impression, but also you know how it does structure wise with values. So we have the majority of it taken up by this kind of mid-tone and then some darker shadows, which is in stark contrast to the sky, which is extremely bright. So it kind of composes itself. This is another cool one, but the guys are in the distance, but be a little bit more difficult to paint. Same with this one. Some cool clouds though. That's why I kind of angled these pictures high, is because I was really enjoying the entire view. This one's pretty cool too. I think that's Old Faithful, but I could be wrong. I think it might be another geyser. All right, let's see here. So we have a river here. I I love this one, but I think it would be harder to translate these trees. So that one's cool. This one's kind of the same thing. A lot of perpendicular trees. I don't think that would translate as well in a painting unless it was super accurate, and we're going for something a little bit more loose tonight. But I think it's still a cool picture nonetheless. This one's also cool. We have the diagonal river that's just perfectly straight, and then the horizon, which is a little bit more straight, and some really cool clouds to look at that we could just use directly from this reference. And then this darker area here. I love the one with the clouds and the dead trees. Great photo. Yeah, I like that photo too. I like those photos too. Those are, these ones are really cool. And the trees there. That's kind of I think I could be wrong, but I think they're arranged that way because because it was a known burn area from 10, 20 years before. And that's what all these new young trees are here for, is they're now sprouting back up after a forest fire. All right, so let's go back here. This one's also cool. This one's the river. There's some ducks down here. Kind of small though. Some cool clouds. All right. Oh yeah, here's the one with the bison climbing up. So there he is. It's kind of hard to see. Let me restart it here and see if I can zoom in on this. There we go. There he is. He's climbing out. Right there. Let's restart it. He made it to the other side. He's good. He is good. He, she, they are good. All right. Here we go. All right, let's continue. So that's a pretty cool video, cool shot, but not exactly what I'm looking for as a reference for a painting. All right, let's go to the next one. Oh yeah, there's him swimming across too. That's pretty cool. I like this this kind of composition overall. The only thing is with the painting is I would hate to exclude the bison swimming across, but it's kind of hard to translate at that scale. It's kind of it could be just any ambiguous animal, and so maybe we'll do that later on. But you know, I'm not sure. I didn't see any herd in that case with this. I mean, you can see it in the photos. I don't see any. Mark's asking if it was most of the herd on the other side. Yeah, I from what I remember, I didn't see any other buffalo. Most of the time we saw them in herds, but there are a couple of solitary ones that we came across. I mean, maybe they weren't totally solitary, but they were by themselves when we saw them. I'm sure there were other bison were nearby. Here's some more geysers, which is pretty cool. Or not geysers, but hot springs. It's a pretty cool little. That'd be better for a still life or a flower painting, a floral painting. This one's pretty cool, but the composition is not great for a painting. Same with this one. This one's interesting. I think I might use this for if I'm doing something more fantasy in the future, but probably not for tonight. I like this one because it has a little creek here. I haven't favorited any of them. This one's my favorite, and so I'm gonna add that one. We'll choose a few others, but so far this one is my favorite. There may be other ones that I like more as we go through, but from my memory, let me add to best of. There we go. Yeah, we have the river here, and it kind of goes off to the side, and then these here are deer, or actually they could be elk. I should know, but I'm pretty sure they're just they're does. That could be elk, to be honest, because they're pretty big. Someone can correct me if they know better. I'm not an outdoorsman. I just like taking photos, and I enjoy nature. All right, so that one's pretty cool. So we've added that. This one also, it's the same, pretty much the same photo, but the deer are in a better position. Not a better, but a kind of a profile position here. And also, I like these photos because they have some depth in the grass and some interesting features. A very distinct skyline. So it would be very similar to the previous ones that we did, but the layout is different, and the deer are very cool features, or elk, whatever they are. All right, let's see. Let me add to. Okay, let's keep going. This is pretty cool. I think this is from the car window. Oh yeah, there's Nikki. She took some cool photos there from the car window as well. Like I mentioned before, a lot of the pictures were taken out of the car window, and a lot of these might have been taken by Nikki as well. I think most of them were, but if any were, I guess there wouldn't be any way of knowing unless I asked her. But some pretty cool stuff. Like this is pretty cool. We'll add this. Nikki might have taken this one. But yeah, the steps, like kind of the steps down in the silhouette of the mountain range. And then the trees down here, and yeah, I like this one a lot. Looks like moose cows. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. This one's the same, just kind of a less interesting perspective. Here's a pretty cool video of some geysers. Got some flowing water here from a spring or a geyser. Got two geysers going off right here and a creek running through. So that might make a cool painting later on. But for now, it's just a cool video. And it's just a hot spring. This is just a hot spring too. It's a pretty cool geyser. Again, not so interesting for painting, but I might use it for something else later on. Here's one with a little geyser there in the bottom left corner. I actually like this one as framing for I like the composition of it. I think it's framed really well. It's a lot of white though, and all of this area wouldn't be, I think this would be better for something like sci-fi, to be honest. Some more geysers. This is pretty cool. This is on the side of the road. So we'll add this to the best of. Let me go back and before I forget, we can can't see this corner there. There we go. Let's favorite this one because I think it's actually pretty good contender. There we go. Let's go back to where we were. So this is pretty cool. Some I forget what it's called. Calcification or whatever around some hot springs, some really cool steps. This would be a much more technical painting. Cool picture though, but probably not for tonight. So more of that same place. Features. Oh yeah, we saw a bear. This is a bear. I have a video of it as well. It might be in this collection, but we'll see. But yeah, there was a bear that we saw, and I took a video of it. It was going across here and across this little pond, and then up this side of the mountain. This is kind of a cool landscape with the hills. The trees kind of follow this line that goes down and sweeps down, and the creek just goes straight across here. It's darker down here except for the brighter features, and then it's just a little bit more neutral up on the hill. A little less saturated, but also with the really dark trees, the vertical features. Cool stuff. And also the detail with the grass and stuff. Anytime the water meets the edge of land, it's really cool. I've noticed from a lot of these pictures, and maybe this is just true overall. I haven't done very many landscapes, but there are these cool like dark edges here, right against really bright reflections in a lot of cases, and it's kind of fun to paint. Here's another picture, same spot with the bear. All right, we're getting through these. Same spot again, just different composition. This is pretty cool. Again, we have the bear feature, or the bear here, which would be a feature I wouldn't want to miss, but also wouldn't translate very well. So it's a cool picture, but maybe not for painting. I like this one a lot, so we're just gonna go ahead and favorite this one. Yeah, this one, the depth, even though it's really simple, we have the one tree over here, and to balance that, we have the brighter pond that's reflecting. We have the desaturated values here. Just the composition of it overall is just great. You know, we have the more dull versus the more vibrant, the solitary tree versus the solitary pond, the lone mountain in the distance. Well, it's not lone, I guess it's part of a range, but that one's much farther back. So you can really imply depth with these mountains here. So cool stuff, really cool stuff. So that one's also cool. I'll probably paint that one in the future. That's a good reference for. I thought I favorited another one that was a little bit wider for that shot, but it was one of the national park signs. This one is Lower Falls, I think is what it's called. I think, could be wrong. This would be a good vertical photo to paint, or vertical painting to paint based on this reference. We have the really bright. I mean, there's not much else going on here. We would be able to really be experimental as far as colors go and stuff, but as far as values go, it's a little bit darker here on the edges, but the waterfall is obviously a very bright feature. This is also pretty cool. Some Princess Bride stuff going on here. Oh yeah, these are great too. This one seems to get the depth right. Tricky to get the depth right. Yeah, are you talking about this waterfall one or this one? The pond one. Hold on, I'm gonna grab a sip of my drink. I really like this one though. But yeah, the depth seems. Let's see. Do this one. The yellow flowers are beautiful. Oh yeah, okay, that's a great vote. Okay, yeah. So I actually have a couple from this spot here. So we'll go through these real quick. Wish I could lower the latency a little bit more. I think I'm on the lower latency setting in OBS, but it takes a minute for the messages to go back and forth. Yeah, so this one's great. Colors are great. One of my favorite pictures too, Mark. This one's also pretty cool. I'm just gonna add these two because we'll probably come back and paint most of these at some point. This one's also pretty cool. We got the trees that we got this shape that points down here and kind of loops around, and we have the mountain that takes up most of it with the yellow flowers. Yeah, that's pretty cool too. Let me come on, there we go. Add that too. This one is a cropped version of this one. So I think this would make a pretty cool sketch, like overall, with these people, you know, just living their lives, and these people taking a photo here. I mean, that's kind of fun, but yeah, it's a little distracting from the landscape. So this is the cropped version right here. I meant the waterfall. Oh, okay. Yeah, exactly. It's a cool picture, but that waterfall is yeah, it's very flat, so we'd have to cheat in some stuff. Yeah, so this is a cropped version of that. I think this one's pretty cool too. It's a little bit wider. Make a cool background for a monitor, I think. I mean, without the car and stuff. All right, so we're getting through them. Here's another one of that. That one, the composition's okay for that one. But yeah, I added a couple of these. I mean, no, we'll add that too, just so we can compare it. It's not letting me right click. There we go. Add this too. All right, so this is another one where the depth would be kind of hard to paint. Like the perspective is kind of, it's very interesting. I think actually as a painting, this could work if I was spending more time on it. But just as like kind of a textural study. But yeah, it's if we were to just try to do that in one sitting like we're doing tonight, we might run into problems. This one's a little bit better for our edge case tonight, but I'll add this one because we might paint that later on. All right, so here's a deer. You can barely see the deer there. I love this one. It seems really difficult, but it's a really compelling photo. Oh yeah, talking about the canyon one. That one is pretty cool. I'm assuming that's the one you're talking about. Yeah, these ones. Yellowstone is cheating, haha, everything is so gorgeous and interesting. It's so true. I really felt like that was one of the first places I went with our camera that we got a few years ago. It's one of the first places we traveled to, and I just felt I just felt like I couldn't put the camera down. I felt like there's always a good opportunity to take pictures of just beautiful stuff. And so yeah, that's what I did. But yeah, you're right. It was like I could go back and I could get 10 times more photos that I would love. Yeah, it's nice. I have like this kind of this really big repository of landscape photos that I can paint from. This one's kind of an interesting layout, but it's kind of interesting, but also not interesting at the same time. Same with this one. This one's kind of a cool, very basic landscape study. Be kind of cool to do plein air. I think this was also taken out of car window. The closer features here are a little bit out of focus, whereas these ones farther away are sharper. That's kind of similar to the one we did before. Same with this. I think we're in the same part of the park of the last landscape I painted. Some other cool trees, not great for painting. That's kind of cool. This one's also kind of cool, but it's a lot of blue for the sky. It's just, this is the one we painted last time, so this one's familiar, probably, if you're watching my previous streams or TikToks. This one's also good, but it's not great. Here's a video of Upper Falls or Lower Falls. Here's a video of that the Yellow Flower place. This is also a pretty cool photo. We could do something a little bit more. This would be a very focused value study because we have these dark values here and it's a little bit lighter here, but some cool features and cool composition. It's a little bit different. So I'm actually going to add that. So we'll probably not do that one tonight, but I might paint that one in the future. Some cool flowers. It's not a landscape though. All right, this would be, I like the composition of this one, but this one doesn't offer a very interesting landscape. The feature is much more the road and the cabin. almost through these now. So after we do this, I'm going to just take a quick break, and then after we get through these, we'll take a quick break, and then we'll go through the ones that we filtered from, and we'll take a vote. These are from around the cabin. So again, some cool stuff. This one's kind of cool with the road going down and kind of looping off to the left. Some cool flowers here and the background out of focus. This one would also be interesting to just practice foliage, because there's a lot of variety here in this one picture. All right, I think that's the last one. Some cool videos here. I've said cool like 100 times, but yeah, some cool videos there. All right, so let's see. I like the road and the cabin. I agree it's not a landscape, but I'd still save it as something to come back on. You know what? You're right. You're totally right. Yeah, let me go ahead and save that one too. Let me save this one as well. This one's not saved. Add 2, best of. We'll do this one as well. Add 2, best of. Awesome. All right, nice, good feedback. I'm gonna take a very quick break. We'll come back. I'm gonna open the other folder here. Best of. There we go. All right, so we'll do a slideshow of this while we're waiting. Let me see if it loops here. Doesn't. That's fine. We'll just kind of put this in place. I'm going to put something up on the screen. Just a quick break, and then I'll be right back, and we'll vote on these other ones. Okay, we're back. It's time. Let's vote. All right, so here are the photos that we have. Let me see if there's a good way we can get all of these into frame. We can probably remove two. I think I'm okay with removing this one. And this one. All right, there we go. Now we have the full screen. Let me resize it here. Okay, let's decide. So starting from the top, we have one. Let me put my mouse here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 on the top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So 11 and 12 are kind of the same photo. We picked between them. But yeah, 13 photos starting from the top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So cast your vote in the chat. And we will pick one and go with it. If you want to see one closer, too, we can open it. We can go through all of them again. But we should have a pretty good idea of which one's which from these thumbnails here. All right, Mark says he likes 10, 8, and 9, and that, I'm assuming in that order. If it's not, then let me know. But we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, so we have 10 here. Yeah, it's hard to choose. I know, there's a lot of them. That's why I wanted our participation here. Dione! Yes, great. I'm so glad you're watching. Thank you for casting your vote. Said number 8, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we have 2 votes for number 8. 2 votes for number 8. We have 3 votes for number 8. We have 8, 9, and 11. So yeah, it looks like it's these 3 here. Since we had 3 people vote for 8, I think we may as well just go with number 8. So let me just double check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Next time I'll have a better way of numbering all of these and everything. But yeah, this looks like it's the winner. This is what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna paint tonight. So let me go ahead and add this. I'm going to open this in File Explorer, and we're going to open it separately. Thanks everybody for voting. I'm going to open this up on our as the reference screen, which is over here. So we'll go ahead and hide that, and we'll get started. We'll use the very last of our cadmium yellow and cadmium red. For now, we're gonna just do the underpainting and preliminary sketch, very rough sketch, just to get some values and other stuff. All right, so let's get our gloves on. Sorry, I'm trying to talk a little loud without sounding like I'm screaming. It's gonna take some getting used to. It should help people hear me a lot better. Okay. Let me go ahead and add it as a... We'll adjust the... adjust this as well, and then we'll add the reference photo up here. So I'm going to do an image source, okay, browse, and we'll go to our Yellowstone pictures here. We'll make sure it's the same one. Let me show you what I'm doing here. I'm selecting this so we can put it up on the screen. Oh, I'm not showing you anything. All right, it's kind of right there. All right, let me select this here. Be sure it's this one. Yeah. There we go. Oh, that's way too big. Let's make that a lot smaller. Add it up here. There we go. We have everything together. Here we go, and bam. Okay, I just bumped the camera a lot. It's fine. Underpainting. Let's get this laid out. We'll use a nice, use this brush here, since it's a big canvas. Start with burnt umber, like we normally do for the underpaintings. Lay down a good amount there. Get some Gamsol. Boop. Actually soak the brush. Pull off a bunch of burnt umber on this bottom side. Use this for our sketch. We won't bother toning the canvas. It'd be nice to have these brighter values up on top to help keep everything nice and bright. So we'll just do underpainting for now. So let's mark some major constellation landmarks. So we have the top of the hill over here. We have kind of the bottom of the hill about halfway, a little bit up there where these trees are. There's a tree right here. A few trees. And then a little bit in from the center line, we have at the same height, it starts about there, for these trees. We want to plan all of this out beforehand so we know exactly where to put our washes and stuff. We think of it as a whole. So we, the picture itself, we think in large shapes here. So it actually comes up a little bit closer and then down, and down there. We don't want to worry about all this nonsense that we've laid out. It goes kind of flat right here. Up there, there. Okay, that's just a rough general location of all these trees. We have these smaller group, this smaller group of trees up here, and then of course this starts here. So we have this line that goes across. And the trees that are above it. It's going to take a little while because we're going to depend a lot on these values. Aeon says, "Cool idea." Thank you. Yeah, I think the chat voting is always fun. It's also fun to go through some of the old photos and to work from something that we use a big brush here that I've taken from life, you know. Bit more gam salt. We want this to be super wet. I'm focusing on value shapes here. The darkest things on the entire painting are basically the trees. Alright, composition is a little bit off. That's fine. It's a landscape. We can kind of do what we want. It's a large painting, so it's going to take a lot of paint to cover all the areas. This is just to give us a base value for the base values for the rest of the painting. Make sure everything's in check. We want to define some clear value shapes here. So I'm going to darken up going to darken up the shadow sides of these trees. I'm gonna go Bob Ross style here. We want to pull out their form first. It kind of edges to the right for each tree. Going abstract for a little bit and then we'll refine it in a minute. We just want to get some values laid down right now. I'm not going for anything perfect right now, too. This is, again, just to get some values established before we start laying down full color. Chatter says, okay, it says looking good. Thank you. Yeah, we're getting the features laid out right now, so we'll get the full color here in just a moment. And when we start mixing that, but we just want to make sure everything is together and looking like it makes sense. Okay. Alright, we're getting close to finishing this underpainting. Simplifying a lot of stuff. Let's see if we're missing any features we want to include. Okay, looking good. All right, I think that's a good underpainting for now. Just clean up a couple of things here. We also have a couple of little trees over here we want to include. Don't forget those little guys. And get this little one over here. Okay, there we go. There's the underpainting. We'll go ahead and clean up the palette here a bit. Alright, so we're going to do what we did last time too, and we're going to start with the darkest bits. Which is the trees. We will mix some values for those. Create some abstractions here. We'll do that with the actual painting. Yeah, we're in pretty good shape. Let's make sure we get these darker values at the bottom of the trees. That's something we'll pay attention to. well when you're blocking out the full colors. Okay. There we go. Start mixing. We'll go with some Viridian here. I'm going to check something real quick. Oh, I just hit 300 followers on TikTok. Mark has said there's a lot of box matte frame stuff coming. Yeah, so I'm pushing in. I'm applying a lot of pressure right here where the stretcher bar is. And I've actually installed it on the opposite side of what it's normally supposed to be installed on because there's some damage. Some of that which is visible from this side on that corner. But when we paint, that should go away for the most part. Yeah, I just hit 300 followers on TikTok, so that's pretty cool. Let's see here. All right. Start mixing some colors. Let's get these let's get the other club on here. I'm going to start with Viridian green. So we're just going to mix the colors for the trees right now. Excuse me. Some white up here. Some Viridian green. Cad yellow light. This is a big painting, so we'll probably need a lot of that. Okay. There we go. Some ultramarine blue. After I wipe my hands. This cad yellow is very strong stuff. All right, some yellow ochre as well. It's not going to be like any red. I'll add some to desaturate for this area, but it's not going to look like red. It's just going to be added to the mix probably to desaturate. That's it. do a lot of Viridian green too. Let me lay down some more of that. We'll do, I'll actually do a wash. Before I do anything else, I'll actually do a wash of green underneath this, a really light wash. So that way it has a little bit of time to dry before we lay down the yellow above it. Yeah. So, more Viridian green. We'll just probably use some desaturated Viridian green for that. Okay, let's get some alizarin crimson. I don't have these in any particular order right now. Okay, switch out my gloves, do a little bit of mixing. I'll mix this Mark was saying I think you should, he was thinking that you should layer some, or he was thinking that I should layer some green too. We're on the same page. Yeah, we're gonna go Bob Ross style here a little bit. We're gonna make a nice wash for this entire hill. Touch of yellow ochre. So I'm just trying to get a pretty neutral color, and then we're gonna mix some Gamsol and wash out pretty much this whole area here. We'll refine the values as we paint everything in, but yeah. Let's do a touch of ultramarine. Okay. We'll make it, we'll add a lot of solvent because there is some titanium white in here, some opaque colors. Clean up. Well, actually, no, we're going to use a big brush here. Clean this brush. Okay. Get some Gamsol. Actually, a lot of Gamsol. Mix it in with this. There's a lot of pigment in this, so that burnt umber is a little scary at first, but it'll mix in. Okay, so this is nice and wet. We can use this to block in against the white oil primed surface. This should be pretty light. Actually, no, it's not. It is not. That's okay. Lighten it up. There we go. It's better. Okay. We'll start on this corner here. We'll make sure that we really spread it out as well, so that it is brighter. run a paper towel over this as well to make it a little bit lighter and to remove some of the paint so we can paint over it easier. Mark says, come on, say it, a Lizzie Crizzy. Yeah, a Lizzie Crizzy. Add some more white and Gamsol here. Add some more Gamsol. Okay, it's a pretty good wash. It's going to need a little bit of time to dry, It's not going to dry completely, but it's a very thin layer. Dione says, 300, so proud of you, my son-in-law, putting yourself out there, very difficult thing to do, you're a natural. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I really, really appreciate that. All right, so I'm gonna go on a break. I'm gonna go on a break, and we're gonna wait for this to just kind of dry a little bit. And it's not gonna dry a lot, but just enough for us to kind of paint over it easier. And so it's gonna be about a 20-minute break. I'll put something up on the screen so you can see it. And yeah, we'll be back in about 20 minutes. All right, we're going to continue. And we're going to mix colors for the trees. So we're going to do the trees first. And then we'll do the trees kind of in the distance. They'll be less saturated, a little bit lighter in value. And then we're going to block in this stone area. And then we'll add a little bit of darks here. I might jump back and forth between this stuff. We'll add a little bit of the dark shapes here to support the flowers. And we'll just use some straight cad yellow for that, since I have more of that coming in the mail tomorrow. It's amazing how fast you go through paint supplies when you're streaming so often. I've had to take a break for a few days just to focus on some other stuff. Working on my graduate program right now, so that took a lot of my focus this weekend. So I had to keep rescheduling. I might continue the Santa stream. Might continue it. I have Santa hanging up right there. Sorry for the abrupt stop last time after the break. I ended like directly after the break and the stream ended. I'm gonna compile it all into a video. Since it's only a part 1 right now, I've just privated it. I might make it public again once we have a part 2, but I am going to continue that. Alright, so we have a basic block in here. We'll have to do some edge control with the sky with some titanium white later on, but we're going to focus on the darker layers for now. Let's do the darker values for the tree. The tree lines. So we're gonna lean on this Viridian a lot, and add some burnt umber, some ultramarine. This will help bring down the value quite a bit. We're going for the darker value right now. So the shadows. We're gonna add texture. This is just the underpainting to give us our general value shapes, but we're gonna refine it. But since it's a landscape, obviously I'm not following it 1 for 1. I kind of changed the shapes a little bit, and they'll adjust as we go on. But this is just to get the general composition out and make sure that the value structure works, and it seems like it will, especially with something that we didn't emphasize, which is going to be all of this yellow that goes on top of here. So it'll be good to finish all of these sections, and this will be a little bit more dry, and it's going to take a little bit longer, even though it has a lot of Gamsol. There are some opaque colors like a little bit of cad yellow and titanium white. So we still have to be conscious of that when we're painting over this area. We might actually have to peel it back if it becomes too difficult, but we'll address that later on. So those are all considerations that I'm thinking of at this point, and it may change as we go on. We're getting a nice darker value here. I'm going to add a little bit of yellow ochre and a touch of Lizzie Crizzy. And we've got a nice, really dark value for trees, the tree shadows. And as we lay this down, we want to make sure that the darker parts have just a little bit of Gamsol and a little bit of solvent to make it easier to paint over. Because we're doing all of this in one sitting. We're not going to wait for anything to dry. But we'll use the brush to get the Gamsol for that. But before we move on, I'm going to mix just that kind of lighter value for the trees, which is the highlighted areas of the branches. So we'll take some Viridian green, add some cadmium yellow. Already that's brightened stuff quite a bit. Probably a little bit too, the chroma is probably a little bit too high for this right now. Well, it actually might be a good contrast against that. We'll add a little bit of alizarin crimson. and just a touch of titanium white. Not very much. That's pretty bright, actually. We need to desaturate that quite a bit. So I'm going to add some more alizarin crimson, alizarin. That will help desaturate this value and actually make it just a tad bit darker. Mark says with the swishes in the undercoat and angles of the trees, it feels like this has a fisheye lens to it. Cool effect if you want it, or it would be easy to clean up too. Yeah, a lot of the shape's going to be changed as we lay in these full colors. This is just meant to be a major block in. If you see a lot of my previous paintings, the underpainting, a lot of times that's not perfectly representative of what the final product's gonna be. It's just meant to be a major block in. A Lizzy Crizzy, that's right. Okay, so this is much more neutral than over mixing this. Alright, so we're just going to focus on the trees for now. One step at a time. That's what we're mixing the colors for. So we're just going to focus on the trees for a bit and get all of the trees blocked in. Not all of the edges are going to be correct because we're going to have to, when we come in through with the yellow, you can kind of see it in the reference picture here, there's a lot of edges that are defined by those lighter parts. So we'll refine a lot of those as we go along, but for now we're just going to get the trees blocked in. Alright, so I actually want this to be a bit darker, so I'll add some more purple there. There we go. Alright, that's good. Alright, so I'm going to take this log hairbrush and we'll touch some Gamsol here. This is one of the earlier layers, so we're going to make it nice and wet. And we're just going to abstract it, and we'll touch up these edges here too with the wash as well, but I'm just going to try to kind of loosely block in some shadow shapes here. We're going to just focus on reducing shapes, making them smaller, focusing on values and shape and form, just like we do with any other type of painting. So it's going to look a little abstract at first, but I'm just looking at the reference and trying to block in some of these darker values. And we'll paint over these too, so they'll look a little bit better as well. But I just want to make sure that they're present. And we add in the lighter values, the much brighter values. And I'm using a lot of solid right now. In fact, I could probably use a little bit more. It's a pretty tinted mix. There we go. Alright, so in the reference, these trees are a little bit different. I pushed this tree behind. I can't say that I did that on purpose, but I think it works for the composition. Also, the bottom of this in the reference is flat. I've made it into more of a triangular shape. Also, we want all of the darker values to be heavier on the bottom side of all the trees. Evenly distributed, but you can see in the background of the reference around this area, anytime you're looking at trees, it tends to be darker at the bottom just because there's more of the shadows at the bottom from the leaves. But since we're looking to simplify shapes, it's something that we want to make sure that we do as we block this in. And again, I'm using a lot of mineral spirits so that this is a very thin layer that we can paint over. So I'm not trying to be, because we have so much space to fill in such a short amount of time, I'm trying to abstract this a lot more and simplify based on values. And we're going to paint, the idea is we'll have thicker layers that we'll use a synthetic brush, and we'll be able to paint over a lot of these darker areas with the more saturated lighter tones that we mixed. And that won't have any solvent in it, so it'll make it easier to paint over it. So making those considerations now, and because of that, we kind of have to sacrifice detail for the sake of finishing this painting in one sitting. For these, I want to kind of desaturate them more because they're farther in the distance. But this feature here, I think, looks nice. And, you know, I think the way I can do that is just to, yeah, do that. It's going to be kind of out of focus anyway. We're abstracting this for the sake of finishing this in one sitting, Alla Prima. Okay, we don't have a tone layer, so we can kind of exploit the oil prime layer, the white layer underneath. All right, just a touch of titanium white here. Probably wipe that back a little bit. Okay, mix this into what's already here. And then I'm going to block in some of these shadow shapes up here without the need for blending as much. A little too light. So fix it right here. I just want to emphasize the basic shape of the underside of those trees in the distance. I'm using a mix with just a touch of titanium white to desaturate it since it's farther in the distance. But I still want to get these darker layers down. We'll do some glare control as well. And also I'm going to paint through this area with grayish, almost reddish rock tint here. It'll be mostly gray, neutral since it's farther away, but there'll be a touch of red. I've just accidentally swiped through a bunch of ultramarine blue on my palette. So So that's fun. This is my main tree brush that I'm going to use. That's the technical term. Don't quote me on that. But it works really nicely with trees. Since it's a hog hair too, it's got really coarse bristles. Just clean it here. All right, it's a little slow going right now, but we're gonna get things. We're gonna get this next layer laid down after we get this shadow layer. Also, the sun's kind of coming more from this side, so we want to make sure we're a little lighter on this side for all of the tree shapes. We want to balance that value distribution to inform the form of each of the trees. Alright, getting close. About to lay down the darker values, or the lighter values, excuse me. Use the same brush. Make sure I get most of the solvent out of it. And the pigment. So I'm just wiping it repeatedly. Okay, so we're going to take this more chromatic value here that we've mixed, and it's going to be a little bit thicker, a little bit more opaque, and I'm going to start shaping in the trees here. And hopefully I've mixed enough, but I think I have. Just focusing on the trees for now. All of this stuff is just a foundation for the rest of the painting. Just doing the highlights for the trees. I'm saying that more for myself so I don't get distracted and try to fix anything else while I have this paint on my brush. We need to make sure we get everything blocked in. And we'll do an even lighter value for some of the highlights here on some of these branches. We're just building some abstracted form for each of these trees, loosely taking inspiration from the reference photo. So the glare is pretty bright up here. We'll refine some of these values. Alright, just making sure the music's still running. Okay, we're getting close to blocking in all of these trees here. We're going to do a brighter value as well, but not quite yet. I'm going to make some desaturated values for these background trees, the ones that are farther away, and turn down. Yeah, and then we'll add some brighter highlights later on to kind of catch the light for these branches on these trees. But for now, we just wanted to abstract a lot of these shapes and simplify them. We're doing this in one sitting, so we really just don't have time to go through on each one and be like, you know. I mean, maybe if I was Bob Ross, I could do that really well, but that dude painted so many paintings. He got really good at what he did. Alright, let's desaturate this a little bit. I'm gonna add a little bit of alizarin. And just a touch of titanium white, not that much. Just a touch. And then we're gonna kind of block in some of these tree shapes in the background. Probably use just a touch more titanium white. Just gonna roughly block in a lot of these highlight shapes for trees. Just roughly using the reference, but kind of just looking at what I've already laid down. I want to support the shapes and the forms that we're already starting to create. we might be able to get away with just using pretty much mostly the canvas up here. And that'll allow us to really push the values, because even with titanium white, I can't get it as white as the canvas is right now. We could touch up some of these areas right here, probably add just a bit of titanium white with like a touch of ultramarine blue. But we want to keep this all bright up here because it matches the value composition that we're following from the reference. Also, when we do the cad yellow for the flower parts later on, like I mentioned before, we're going to kind of, it's going to peek through some of these trees. Lots of things that we're going to consider as we go through this. Let's mix some values for the rocky area. Mix colors rather, but we want to make sure we're matching our value structure that we've already laid out. I got titanium white, but honestly I don't think I want to go for that right away because this is kind of darker. We'll do burnt umber, yellow ochre. Those are yellow and orange. So to counter that, we'll add a bit of ultramarine and a bit of viridian. The viridian won't make it desaturated as much, but it does have blue in it, technically. So we're getting a nice brownish, grayish color. That looks like rock, right? And compared to this is green. It's hard to tell against this painting right now, but let's see. Yeah, that's kind of what we're looking for. We'll add highlights and stuff. So this initial layer, I'll add some Gamsol so we can paint over it with the lighter values. Okay, that might have been a little bit too much Gamsol. Get some burnt umber back in there. A little bit of yellow ochre and alizarin crimson again. Burnt umber. But yeah, I wanted this to be a little bit tinted red anyway, so having that alizarin is good. This is a much better kind of darker value, and then we'll bring it up here with a tiny bit of titanium white and cadmium yellow. Honestly, the cadmium yellow is probably a step too far. Add burnt umber. Okay, being really loose right now. See how that looks? Yeah, that's probably what we're looking for. We're just going to kind of abstract some shapes here. Well, it honestly could be more blue. I thought we wanted to go red, but we can go more blue. And then this has a lot of solvent in it, so it's going to be a very thin layer that we can paint over with lighter values to reform the rock shapes. Refine, I should say, not reform. That's my dog. Say hello. It's Lily. I'm just adding in some of the darker values here into the trees. Kind of where the trunks are and where the darkest shadows would be. All right. We're covering some ground. I'm gonna lighten this up here. This is all just to kind of support the main feature that we're looking for, which is these yellow flowers. We just want to make sure all of this value structure is correct before we move on. I've kind of painted over these trees here to get that value shape in, but we'll fix that. And also we can kind of add in some of these trees back up here. Abstract the shapes. Do some glare control. I'll also use the paper towel here to lighten up some of these values in the rocky area. Get this area blocked in a little bit more, a little bit darker. And bottom of these trees as well. We have this paper towel. We're gonna add some form to this whole area up here. Kind of mix mediums here. Rely on a thin sketch layer for these areas farther back. Soften everything up here. shapes are kind of melting together, and that's fine. Like I said, the highlight is going to be the flowers. So let me just fix some of these edges here, and then we'll start working on flowers. And also I'm going to add in some of these darker areas as well. The music's still playing? Yeah, it is. All right. It was pausing a lot last stream. I don't know why. Don't know why. Need to add some of these tree shapes back in. I'm using a synthetic brush just to make it easier to lay paint on top of it, even though this is kind of full of solvent. Just abstracting some shapes in there. I'm gonna blend it out a lot because this is farther in the distance. Okay. What time are we at right now? Almost 3 hours? Okay. Gonna take a break. And then when we get back, we're going to start doing some flowers. And then we'll brighten up some of the values for the trees. And we'll fix the skyline. But yeah, we'll take a little break here, 15-20 minutes. I'll see you then. we're coming back a little bit early from break. There's something I want to do before we start blocking in the flowers. Just want to get some of these darker shadow shapes that will support the form for the flowers, and we're going to use that as a guideline as we lay down the flowers. We're gonna go right on top of them. But before that, I have to get a darker color here. All right, so we'll get some of that Viridian green. I'm just gonna do it with the brush. Get a lot of it, since we have a lot to work with. And a touch of burnt umber, even more Viridian green, touch of yellow ochre. There we go. Now we can take this and we can kind of block out some of these shadow shapes that we see. Let me get some Gamsol as well, since this is a darker layer. Even though we're going on top of the wash, we want to make sure it's still kind of thin, so that way we can put the flowers over it pretty easily. So Mark, I don't know if you're still here, Mark and Kayla. I was just, when I was talking with Nikki, just barely, we were talking about our trips out to Wendover. We kind of miss it. We don't just kind of miss it. We really miss that. Those trips out there were really fun. We have a casino here. I think that, oh yeah, you're still here. Awesome. We have a casino here in Massachusetts, and there's probably a couple others that I don't know about in New England. But oh, you didn't end up going? Oh, yeah. Well, we just, Kayla says you have a Polaroid of us up in your office. That's awesome. We have a couple of your Polaroids hanging up. I think we have one of them on our fridge. From one that's from a brewery. When you guys can visit us in Nashua. I'm getting distracted here. We need to lay out some more of these shadow shapes for the flowers. Mark said at this point, or I wanted to mention before your painting got too far, that if it kind of looks like water, the trees being washed out in a flood. It's a really cool impression for an unfinished painting. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I totally get what you're saying. It's very flowy, and it's very less saturated here. I agree with you. It looks very very fluid. Okay, so I'm just doing some abstract shapes that we're going to paint over with the brighter values for the flowers. This is just to get everything a good foundation beforehand. using Gamsol to make sure it's nice and thin. Mentioned that already, but it's an important part of the process. I'm going to be very conscious of what we're going to be doing with this entire area in just a moment. Also kind of block in with this darker value. I'm going to block in some of the shadow shapes to keep the homogeny between all parts of the painting. This part's kind of a little funky, so let me kind of cut through it right there. And there we go. Well, now we need to define that area a little bit better. I know it's all kind of abstract right now, but can't have it be distracting to the whole painting. A couple things as well. This could be kind of lighter right there, and kind of a brighter spot right here, as well as top of this hill here. Kind of peeks through right there. We'll refine this hill shape a little bit more right there. And we're going to add some more shadow shapes that we can lay the flowers on top of. And a lot of this form, I'm being very loose at this because I'm going to focus a lot more on the shapes of the flower groups as we block in that part. All right, let's get some of this darker value here. Those areas a bit darker. As well as, let's mix a little more darker values. Make this area a little bit darker as well. There we go. This area here, these trees right here. A little bit dark there. That. All right. I think it's almost time to block in the flowers, the yellow flowers. Let me restart this playlist. About right here. Okay. soften some of these edges. There we go. All right, so next step, we're going to take a big brush. A nice big synthetic brush. It's not very big. We'll have two brushes at our disposal. So we have this nicer brush and a cheaper brush. They're both synthetic. And we're going to, let me go ahead and grab this cadmium yellow. We're just going to go straight cadmium yellow with a little bit of this mixture for the farther parts. But I mean, for the most part, it's going to be cadmium yellow. It's nice and opaque. It's very bright. We should be able to lay it out right on top of everything we have here. And actually, before I start, I'll darken all of this. Okay, and also this area right here. It's a little better. And there's also one highlight I don't want to miss. Take the towel. Top of this hill right here. As well as this one right here. And this whole shape right here. Okay. Looks a little bit chaotic right now, but we're going to start laying down the flowers and it's going to make a lot more sense. All right, here we go. Here goes nothing. And take some straight cadmium yellow and start just bristling it in here. That might be too bright actually, which is an advantage for us because we don't have that much cadmium yellow to use. I thought we might need to go a little bit darker, or a little bit, we'd have to stay this bright, but it's not the case. So let me mix this up with something that's a little bit darker in value, which is the yellow ochre. So I'll take the cad yellow light and the yellow ochre, mix them together. Probably do a touch of titanium white as well to lower the saturation because we want it to be bright still, just maybe not as saturated. Means we'll probably need a touch of viridian green as well. And a little bit more titanium white. The cadmium yellow is very strong. It's a very strong tinting strength. All right. Let's go ahead and continue. This should be a little bit less saturated. I'll touch the canvas a little bit lighter too. This is, let me look at this real quick. All right, so this is the brightest area right here. So we'll start blocking this in. It's gonna look a little bit off for everything until we get it all blocked in. But we wanna make sure we're conscious of shapes that we have laid out beforehand. Speaking of which, I'm going to do a little bit more here. Some darker shapes. There. Just want to make sure we had something to work on top of. It looks a little crazy right now, but it's gonna work. I just know it. It might not work. We'll see. I think it's pretty good for now, though. We want to cluster these into groups as well. So we have a little there. Go over on this side, and honestly at this point it's going to be just a lot of fill-in time, so I think I'm going to put headphones on as we block in all of these flowers. It's going to take a little while, so we put headphones on. I'm going to listen to music that's different from what you guys are hearing, so I'm not going to be talking for a little bit. Markomoto says, do you ever watch the show, quote, Alone? About surviving longer than other contestants? No, I've never seen that. I've never seen that. What is that show about? Is it like a Survivor type show? Surviving longer than other contestants? We'll probably come back through with some green color as well for this whole area. It's a little desaturated. We want it to be a little bit more green, probably. And to help with the texture as well. Mark says, your painting reminds me of it. It's a game show-esque type show where people get dropped off at different sites and have to try and survive as long as they can. All the contestants get 10 items. Well, that's cool. That's awesome. Like some Bear Grylls type stuff. It's awesome. Yeah, this kind of has that kind of forlorn, stranded type of feeling to it. Okay, so I'm just kind of focusing on the non-discriminately going through and blocking in large groups of the brightest flowers. And then we'll mix something a little bit less saturated to get these areas back here. And then also come back in with a lot of green in these spots. But right now I'm focusing on big shapes. That's why I'm trying to outline them right now, and then blocking in all the details in between using the reference. There's an interesting shape here in the middle that I don't think I'm going to replicate all that well, but it's this kind of almost ancient creek here. You also want to keep it very horizontal, all these shapes down here. Alright, let's go ahead and get a lot of these other flower shapes in here. We'll come back through with some green, and let me use a different brush as well. I'm not trying to follow the reference perfectly either. Being very interpretive here. We're just trying to get the same effect. So my phone died. And that's what I was using to play my music. It looks like we are getting, well, let's give it another 5 minutes here. Put on some other gloves. In about 10 minutes we'll take another break. We're going to connect some of these shapes that we've blocked in. It's a little bit scattered right now. Had to lay down some more cad yellow. I don't think I really took a risk by starting this tonight and trying this, but by not having enough cadmium yellow left, but we'll see how it goes. Alright, let's grab another brush. Grab this brush here, a touch of Meridian, a touch of titanium. Let's get some more, let's tie these shapes together here. Want it to, all the shapes and forms to tie together. Let me plug in my phone real quick, actually. Before I forget to do this. All right. Let's continue. Let me get some more of this cad yellow. Yeah, I should have, I might have to try to get a lot more out of this. We're gonna need it. I have a tube coming in tomorrow of the cad yellow light. We're just gonna have to try to squeeze it out this time as much as we can. Since it's the top layer, we want to make sure it's not. I mean, we could make it go a lot longer if we added medium or something like that, but I don't generally use medium, so we're just using a lot of opaque paint. I feel like it applies a lot better on top of these lower levels anyway. Lower layers, I should say. If I don't use medium, and instead just go straight out of the tube. That's just my opinion. For Alla Prima stuff, I've pretty much not used any medium at all. Alright, let's refine some of these shapes a little bit more. Get a dark brush too, so we can bring in some more form as well. Follow the reference a little bit more. Here we go. So this should really just be like straight on. Same with this, we have some stuff here, as well as a lot of bright stuff down here. We'll go ahead and kind of mix all of this together. Just general shapes, we want to keep some of the darker stuff there, obviously. We'll get a brush, get a darker mix here, Meridian green. Ochre. It's pretty dark. it's kind of botched up, so we're not even going to use that brush. I don't know what I was thinking. Mixing that. Okay, get a little bit of burnt umber, some more viridian green, and some yellow ochre and ultramarine. There we go. Now we have some good darker values that we can kind of jump back and forth with. So I want to define this shape a little bit more. So we'll add the shadow and then I'll go in with the highlight. Which is pretty much mostly just cad yellow light. There's some more shapes down here. We want to emphasize those. Apply them by just adding some dark values. Some of these spots underneath. We also want some shape and form homogeny. Making that term up. Well, I'm using the term incorrectly, but I want everything to kind of work together. Alright, so this area down here can get some lighter values for the shrubbery. So we get viridian green, touch of that cad yellow, touch of titanium white. We'll just kind of do a little bit of ultramarine as well. Yellow ochre. That's better. We'll kind of lock in this area a little bit lighter. There we go. That's looking a little better. That's really tying things up a bit, I think. Take more of this, go over here. Mix more of this as well. This whole front area to be a lot more saturated. I think I said I'd take a break like 10 minutes ago, but we're gonna forego that break right now. Just so I can get this color blocked in while I have it in my hand. Just need a lot more color around the entire canvas. And then, yeah, we're gonna fix some of these forms so they're less distracting. while we have the yellow, we need to lock it in the spots where it matters most. Right here, without overworking it. Here as well, this corner. I don't think we're going to be able to get any more cad yellow, which is the only way we can achieve this type of light. So we're just going to have to work with what we have right now. Try not to overwork every single area. Some other little details here. We'll see if we can squeeze out some more cadmium as well. I'm going to take just one more break and then we'll finish this up in the last hour. Let me see if I can get any more out of this brush. So I'm going to extract the rest of this cad yellow as well as I can. And then we're going to take another break. And then we're going to finish the flowers. After I fix this real quick. There we go. Some distracting features here. That's way too dark. Okay. I'll try to get this cad yellow out and then we're going to take a break and finish up the painting afterwards. There we go. We're getting some good stuff there. So with the oil painting or other types of painting that dry faster, you can technically do layers after it dries, but we're trying to get this done in one sitting, so it's gonna require some attention. Fix a couple of things here before you can see them later on. Just touching up some spots here before we go on break. There we go. We're gonna take a 20-minute break. We'll be back and we'll finish the painting. I just said that 5 minutes ago, but it's gonna happen for real this time. All right, we're gonna finish this up. We're gonna go with pretty much straight cadmium yellow light to block in and refine some of these features here. So we kind of want to blend out this area here as well as right there. Add brighter values here and there. That's going to just take a minute while we get that set up. Okay. I'm going to take this brush here and we'll start from the top here. Just make sure some of these lines are defined. We want to follow the reference so that we can simplify the shapes. We're also exaggerating the shapes a little bit, obviously. This doesn't exactly match the reference. These trees are bigger, there's different amounts of trees, the colors aren't exactly the same. That's fine. We're just trying to get an impression and lay down our impression of this entire landscape in one sitting without thinking about it too much, which is part of the reason why I wanted everybody to vote. Is so that I could exercise without thinking about it, without having the time to prepare beforehand. Just paint this painting and see how it turns out. Because that will be really good practice for if I were to paint in the real world. Plein air. Just, you know, painting from life. It's not easy to do if you don't have the time or whatever else. Let me check if this music's still running. Oh, it is. Mark's asking, where's Jackson Boy? He's sleeping. Well, actually, he's up right now. He's in and out of the room. But he's been sleeping most of the stream. Alright, just emphasizing some of these brightest spots here. And then I'll add some darker values to add more texture. But after that, we should be pretty much done. At this point, we're working at the point of, at the risk of overworking, at least for Alla Prima. getting to a point here where I'm making changes that are not improving it. They're just lateral. This is Alla Prima, so I'd say this is pretty good for one sitting. It's getting late for me, so I apologize if I'm sounding funny. I appreciate you for watching. If you're watching this later on, or if you're watching this right now and you're not subscribed, please consider subscribing. It's free. You'll know when I stream. It'll show up on your subscription feed. It'll be more likely to show up on your home feed. I stream pretty often, so why not? You know, it's free. I appreciate you joining tonight. This is about it. I appreciate everybody voting on this. Really happy with how it's turned out. I'm going to stream probably in a couple more days. What day is it today? Now it's Tuesday for me. We started the stream on Monday, right? Probably going to stream on Wednesday or Thursday, but if you subscribe, you'll see when I add the live notification, and that's when you'll know when I stream next. Alright, thanks again for joining. Appreciate all of you. We'll catch you all next stream.